Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Welcome. Take a slow breath and let the day loosen its grip on you. Wherever you are, however heavy the hours behind you have been, you can set them down now, one by one, like stones you no longer need to carry. Tonight we are travelling a long way west, farther than roads go, farther than stories dare to wander, to a quiet harbour at the very edge of the world. So dim your lights, rest your head, and let the sound of distant water carry you there. There is a place called the Grey Havens, and it is not an easy place to describe, because it lives half in the world and half in memory. Imagine a long grey shoreline where the land grows tired and finally lets the sea take over. Imagine low hills the colour of old silver, and a harbour so still the water has almost forgotten how to move. The light here is soft and pearl-coloured, the way the sky looks in the last hour before dawn, when the night has gone but the morning has not yet made up its mind. Gulls turn slow circles overhead. Somewhere a bell rings once and then falls quiet for a while. To this harbour, on a morning wrapped in mist, a grey ship comes gliding in from the open water. It makes almost no sound. Its sails are the colour of clouds, and its hull is worn smooth by long journeys that no one on land will ever fully understand. The ship does not hurry. It seems to know exactly where it is going, the way a tired traveller knows the last turn toward home. And standing near the bow, wrapped in a plain grey cloak, is a figure we will come to know very well. He is a wizard, though he does not look like much yet. He is tall, but stooped, as if he has spent long years leaning into the wind. His beard is grey. His hat is grey. His eyes are kind and just a little uncertain, the way anyone's eyes might be when they arrive somewhere new and do not yet know why they have come. He carries no treasure. He carries no army, no banner, no grand announcement of himself. He carries only a walking staff, and the quiet weight of a purpose he cannot quite put into words. If you had asked him, in that very moment, who he was and what he had come to do, he might not have had a good answer for you. He knew only that he had been sent across a great distance, sent to a land that was said to be in need, and that somewhere inside the grey folds of his weariness there was a small, stubborn ember of hope. But hope for what? He did not know, and so he stood at the bow of the ship as it slipped into the harbour, watching the shoreline draw closer, feeling very small at the edge of a very large world. The ship touched the dock as gently as a leaf settling onto still water. For a moment, nothing happened. The mist drifted. The gulls called softly. The grey traveller stood at the top of the gangway and looked down, at the ancient timbers of the pier, at the mooring ropes gone soft and green with age, at the long grey road that led up and inland toward hills he had never seen. And a strange feeling moved through him. Not fear, exactly. It was the particular loneliness of being a stranger in a place that is clearly very old and very used to saying goodbye. Because that is what the Grey Havens are, you should understand. They are a place of departures. For long ages this quiet harbour has been where travellers come to leave, where those grown weary of the world step aboard grey ships and sail west, out past the horizon, and do not return. The whole shoreline seems to hold its breath in a kind of gentle sorrow, the way a platform does after the last passengers have gone. And here was our traveller, doing the opposite of everyone else. He had not come to leave. He had come to arrive. He had come to stay. He drew his cloak a little tighter, took up his staff, and began to walk down toward the dock. And it was there, waiting at the foot of the gangway, that he first saw the Old One. An ancient man stood at the water's edge, so still that for a heartbeat the traveller mistook him for one of the weathered pier posts. He was tall and very lean, and his hair and beard were white, not grey like the traveller's, but the pure snow-touched white of someone who has watched more years go by than any mind could hold. He wore the simple clothes of a craftsman, his sleeves rolled, his hands roughened by long work with wood and iron. And his eyes, this was the thing the traveller noticed most, his eyes were the colour of the deep sea, calm and unfathomably patient, and fixed upon the newcomer as though he had been expected for a very long time. The traveller paused on the last step. There is a certain kind of silence that can pass between two people who have never met, and yet somehow already know one another. This was that silence. The gulls hushed, the water lay flat as glass, and the old shipwright of the Grey Havens looked at the tired grey wizard who had just stepped off the ship, and, very slowly, he began to smile. Settle a little deeper now. Let your shoulders soften. Let your breath slow. And let us return to that misty harbour at the edge of the world, where two strangers stand looking at one another across the quiet water. The old shipwright was the first to speak. His voice, when it came, was low and unhurried, worn smooth by long years of use, and it seemed to belong to the place itself, to the lapping water and the drifting mist and the soft grey light. So, he said gently, you have come at last. The grey traveller blinked. It was not the greeting he had expected. He had thought, perhaps, that he would have to explain himself, to say who had sent him, and from how far, and why. He had rehearsed such things quietly on the long voyage, the way you might rehearse what you will say when you finally reach a door you have been walking toward for a long time. But there was no need for any of it here. The Old One spoke as though the traveller were not a stranger at all, but someone long awaited, someone whose arrival had been marked on a calendar kept only in the heart. I am not sure I understand, the traveller admitted. His own voice sounded rough and unused, as though he had not spoken aloud in a great while. You were expecting me? In a manner of speaking? The old man's sea-coloured eyes crinkled with something that was almost amusement, but kinder than amusement. I have kept this harbour for longer than you would believe. I have watched a great many ships come and go, and I have learned over the years to tell the difference between those who arrive by chance and those who arrive because it is time. He inclined his head, slow and courteous. You, I think, are the second kind. He turned then and gestured with one weathered hand toward the road that climbed away from the docks, up between the low silver hills. Come, he said. You have had a long journey. Let us walk a while, and get out of the damp, and I will find you something warm. There is much to speak of, but there is no need to rush toward it. The night is long here, and it keeps its own patient time. And so they walked, the two of them, up from the water and into the Grey Havens. I want you to see it as they saw it. Slowly, without hurry. The road was old, paved with pale smooth stones, and it wound upward past quiet buildings of grey stone and weathered timber, their windows dark, their doorways still. Lanterns hung here and there along the way, unlit in the soft dawn-coloured light, waiting for a darkness that had not yet come. There were no crowds, there was no noise of markets or wheels or shouting. There was only the hush of the sea behind them, growing gentler with each step, and the small steady sound of 2 pairs of feet on ancient stone. The traveller found, to his surprise, that his weariness was beginning to lift. Not all at once, nothing here happened all at once. But bit by bit, the way stiffness leaves you when you sit down beside a fire after a long day in the cold. Something about the old shipwright's calm was catching. Something about the place made the great uncertain weight he had carried across the sea feel, for the first time, a little more bearable. He had come to this land not knowing his purpose, and he still did not know it, but here, walking these quiet stones beside this ancient man, he felt, faintly, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. They came at last to a low house set a little apart from the others, close enough that you could still hear the water, but sheltered from the wind by a shoulder of the hill. The old one opened the door and led him inside, where a hearth held a fire already burning low and orange, filling the small room with a soft and living warmth. The traveller stopped in the doorway and breathed it in, the smell of wood smoke, the gentle crackle, the amber light moving across the walls. After the long grey cold of the sea, it felt like the kindest thing in the world. "Sit," said the shipwright. "Rest, you are safe here." The traveller lowered himself gratefully onto a bench near the fire and set his staff aside at last. For a while, neither of them said anything. The old man moved about the room with the unhurried ease of someone who has done the same small tasks 10,000 times, pouring something warm into a plain cup, pressing it into the traveller's hands, tending the fire until it brightened. And the traveller let himself be cared for, and felt the warmth soak slowly into his tired bones, and watched the flames, and grew quiet. It was only then, when the traveller was warm and still and no longer bracing himself against the world, that the old shipwright came and sat beside him. He was quiet for a long moment, gazing into the fire. And then, without a word, he reached into a fold of his simple grey clothing and drew out something small. Closing it inside his weathered fist, he took the traveller's hand. He turned it gently palm up, and he pressed the small thing into it and folded the traveller's fingers closed around it, as though giving away something he had waited his whole long life to give. Breathe slowly now, and stay with them by the fire. The room is warm, the flames are low and gold, and something small and secret has just passed from one hand into another. For a long moment, the traveller did not open his fingers. He sat very still, aware of the small weight resting against his palm, feeling the shape of it, round and smooth and cool at its edges. He could feel, too, the old shipwright watching him with those calm sea-coloured eyes, waiting, patient as the tide. And some quiet instinct told him that whatever he was holding, it mattered a great deal, and that the old one had not given it lightly. At last, slowly he opened his hand. There in the hollow of his palm lay a ring. It was a plain and lovely thing, a simple band that caught the firelight and turned it soft and gold along its curve. And set into it was a single stone, red, deep red. The red of a coal at the heart of a fire, or of the last of the sunset held in the west long after the sun has gone. As the flames shifted, the stones seemed to gather their glow and hold it, so that it looked less like a jewel and more like a small living ember set into metal, warm and quiet and unafraid of the dark. And it was warm. That was the thing the traveller noticed, and could not quite explain. The ring rested against his skin with a gentle heat, as though it had been left near the hearth, or held long in a kind hand. A heat that was not sharp or strange, but comforting, the way the warmth of another person is comforting on a cold night. He turned it a little in his fingers, and the red stone turned with it, catching the fire, and for reasons he could not have named. The sight of it eased something in his chest. "I cannot take this," he said quietly. The words came out almost before he had decided to speak them. He was not even certain why he said them, only that the ring was clearly a thing of great worth, a treasure, and he was a stranger newly stepped off a ship, a wanderer who had brought nothing and earned nothing. And it did not seem right that such a gift should be pressed into the hand of someone the Old One had known for less than a single hour. "I do not even know your name," he went on, looking up. "I do not know this place, or what is expected of me here, or why I have come. And you would give me this? A stranger? You cannot know anything about me." The old shipwright only smiled again, that same slow, kind smile, unhurried as everything else about him. "My name is Círdan," he said. "The shipwright, some call me, for building ships has been my work since a time so long ago the coastline itself was different. I have lived by this shore through more ages than I care to count. I have seen the great and the small, the proud and the humble, come and go along this water like the tide." He paused and looked at the ring in the traveller's palm, and his voice grew gentler still. "And you are quite right. I have known you less than an hour. But you are wrong, my friend, to think that I know nothing about you. I know a good deal more than you might expect. Enough, at least, to be certain that this belongs with you now, and not with me." The traveller shook his head slowly. "But surely it should stay with you. You have kept it. How long?" "A very long time," said Círdan. "Longer than you would believe. It was given into my keeping in a far older day, when the world was younger and its griefs were fewer, and I was asked to guard it and to hold it safe until the right moment came, and until the right hand appeared to take it up." His deep eyes rested steadily on the traveller. "I have waited. I have watched many years turn, and now that moment has come, and here you sit warming your hands at my fire. So no. I will not take it back. It was never truly mine to keep. I was only ever keeping it for you." The traveller looked down again at the small red stone glowing softly in his palm, and felt the strangeness of the moment settle over him like a quiet weight. He had crossed the whole of the sea not knowing why. He had stepped onto this grey shore uncertain of his purpose, half convinced he had no purpose at all. And now here was this ancient man, older than kingdoms, telling him, calmly and without a doubt, that a long-guarded treasure had been waiting all these years for him, and for no one else. "Then at least," he said softly, "you must tell me what it is. If I am to carry it, I would know what it truly is that I am holding, not just a ring, not just a red stone. Tell me what you have given me, Círdan, and why." And the old shipwright settled back and drew a slow, deep breath and turned his gaze toward the fire, as an old man does when he is about to tell a long and important thing. Outside, beyond the small warm room, the night deepened over the grey havens, patient and endless. And Círdan began to speak. "Let the fire settle low in your mind, and listen the way the traveller listened, quietly, without hurry, letting each word arrive in its own time. Círdan is about to tell him what the ring is, and it is not what the traveller expects. The thing you hold, the old shipwright began, is very old. Older than this house. Older than the road you walked to reach it. It was made long ago, in a bright and hopeful time, by hands more skilled than any that work in the world today. There were others made alongside it, a small handful, each one different, each one precious. but the one in your palm has always been my favourite, and I will tell you why." He nodded toward it. "It is called Narya. And its other name, the name most people would remember, is the Ring of Fire." The traveller looked down at the small red stone, glowing softly against his skin, and something in him grew wary. "Fire," he repeated slowly. "You mean that it burns? That it is a weapon?" "No." Curdon said the word gently but firmly, and shook his white head. "No, my friend. That is the very first thing you must understand, and the most important. It is called the Ring of Fire, but it is not a weapon at all. It will not burn your enemies. It will not throw flame, or shatter walls, or lay waste to armies. If you were hoping for a thing like that, you may as well hand it back to me now, for it will disappoint you at every turn." A small smile touched the corner of his mouth. "But I do not think you are hoping for a thing like that. I do not think that is the kind of fire you carry inside you." The traveller said nothing, but he leaned in a little closer. "There is more than one kind of fire in the world," Curdon went on, and his sea-deep eyes grew thoughtful, gazing into the flames on the hearth. "There is the fire that destroys, the fire of burning fields and falling towers, the fire that men make in their anger. That is not this. That has never been this. But think, now, of the other fire. Think of the small fire you are sitting beside at this very moment. What does it do?" He gestured toward the hearth. "It does not destroy you. It warms you. It drives back the cold and the dark. It gives you light to see by when the night has closed in all around. It draws people together, for have you ever noticed how folk will always gather close to a fire and speak more gently there, and feel less alone? That is the fire Narya carries. Not the fire that ruins, the fire that comforts, the fire that keeps hope alive through a long, cold night." The traveller turned the ring slowly in his fingers, and the red stone caught the light, and he began dimly to understand. "Its gift," said Curdon, "is a quiet one, and easy to overlook, which is why so few ever speak of it. Narya kindles courage. That is what it does. It helps the one who bears it to warm the hearts of others, to rekindle hope in people who have let their hope grow cold, to steady those who are afraid, to breathe a little life back into weary and despairing spirits. When all seems lost, when the dark presses in and the strong lose their strength, and the brave forget their bravery, that is the hour when this ring matters most. It will not fight the darkness for you, but it will help you remind people in that darkness that a small light is worth keeping, that the morning does come, that they are not alone, and that they must not give up." He let that settle in the quiet room for a moment before he spoke again. "Do you see now why I say it is not a weapon? A weapon takes life. This does the opposite. This gives people back the will to go on living, and hoping, and standing up one more time when they have already fallen a dozen times before. In an age of shadow, that is worth more than 1,000 swords. Swords can only cut down what stands before them. But a single kindled heart can spread its warmth to another, and that one to another still, until a whole cold and frightened people find, to their own surprise, that they have caught fire from within, not to burn, but to endure." The traveller sat very still. The words moved through him in a way he could not entirely explain, as though some part of him had always known them, and had only been waiting, all his long journey, to hear them spoken aloud at last. He thought of the small stubborn ember of hope he had carried across the sea, the one he could not account for. He thought of how even now the warmth of the little ring seemed to answer something quiet and steady inside his own chest. "To kindle courage in others," he said softly, half to himself, to rekindle hope where it has gone cold. "Yes," said Credon, "that is exactly it. That is the whole of it." And he watched the traveller with those patient eyes as the fire burned low and the night wore on. "Now, shall I tell you why I am giving such a treasure to a stranger the very moment we have met? For that is the part you truly wish to understand. Stay with the warmth a little longer. The fire is low and steady, the night outside is deep and kind, and the old shipwright is turning now to the question that has been sitting quietly between them since the ring first touched the traveller's palm. Why give it away? Why to a stranger? Why now? "Let me ask you something first," said Credon, folding his weathered hands in his lap. "Suppose you had a lantern, a fine lantern, the best ever made, one that gave a warm and steady light that never failed, and suppose you loved this lantern very much, and feared to lose it, and so you wrapped it carefully in cloth, and shut it away in a chest, and buried the chest deep where no harm could ever come to it. Tell me, what use would that lantern be to anyone in the dark?" The traveller considered this, watching the flames. None at all, he admitted. A light shut away in a chest is no light. It might as well not exist. "Just so," said Credon, and there was a soft satisfaction in his voice, the pleasure of a teacher whose pupil has understood. "And that, my friend, is the trouble with keeping a treasure safe. There are things in this world whose entire worth lies in being used, in being spent and shared and carried out into the very danger you most wish to protect them from. This ring is such a thing. It was never made to be guarded. It was made to be worn, out in the world, by someone walking through hard and hopeless places, kindling warmth wherever they go. Locked away in my keeping, it is only a pretty stone in a quiet house by the sea. It does nothing. It helps no one. Its fire, you might say, has been sleeping." He leaned forward and stirred the hearth, and the flames rose a little brighter, and the red stone in the traveller's palm answered them with a glow of its own. "For a very long age," Credon went on, "I have done exactly what I described. I have kept it safe. And do not mistake me, there was a reason for that. It was not yet time. The right hand had not yet come, so I guarded it, and waited, and told myself that I was doing right. But a keeper must never forget that keeping is only the beginning of the task. The true purpose is not to hold the treasure forever. The true purpose is to hold it until the moment comes to let it go, and then to have the courage to actually let it go, into a hand that will carry it out into the dark and make it burn again. And you believe," the traveller said slowly, "that the moment has come, that mine is the hand." "I do not merely believe it," said Credon. "I have watched for it. And I will tell you plainly why it cannot be mine to carry, though I have loved it long. My work is here, it has always been here, and it always will be. I belong to this shore, to these ships, to this harbour of partings at the end of the world. I do not walk out into the wide lands where the shadow gathers and the people grow afraid. I stay, I build. I keep the last light burning at the edge of things, and I send the weary safely on their way. That is my task, and it is a good one, but it is not the task of the one who bears this ring." He looked at the traveller with great gentleness. The one who bears Nuria must be a wanderer, someone who goes to the cold and frightened places and does not turn away from them. Someone who will sit at a stranger's fire, as you sit at mine now, and leave that stranger a little braver than they were before. Someone who will spend long, thankless years walking roads that lead into trouble, carrying no crown and claiming no glory, asking for nothing, simply going where the darkness is worst and quietly refusing to let hope die there. That is not work for a shipwright who loves his own hearth too well. That is work for a traveller. That is work, he said, for you. The traveller was quiet for a long moment. Outside, far off in the dark, the sea sighed against the shore, as it had for an age. You speak, he said at last, as though you have known for years that someone would come. As though this were not chance at all, my ship, this harbour this night. As though you have been sitting by this fire a very long time, waiting for the door to open. Yes, said Curtin simply. That is exactly what I have been doing. And the traveller felt a small shiver pass through him, not of fear, but of the strange and solemn feeling of standing inside a moment much larger than yourself, a moment that has been quietly prepared for, long before you ever arrived to fill it. He looked down at the ring. It was warm in his hand, patient and glowing, as though it too had been waiting, and he understood now that Curtin was not giving him a gift on a whim. He was completing something. He was setting down a burden he had carried faithfully for an age into the one pair of hands he believed was meant to take it up. But how exactly, the traveller asked softly, could you possibly know that it was me? Let the room grow quiet around you. The fire has burned down to a bed of soft red coals, warm and glowing, and the old shipwright is gathering his thoughts to answer the hardest question of all. How of everyone in the whole wide world he could be so certain it was this weary stranger, and no one else? You ask how I knew, said Curtin. You expect, perhaps, that I will tell you of some grand sign, a star that fell, a word whispered on the wind, something dramatic, the sort of thing that makes for a fine tale. He shook his white head slowly, smiling, but it was nothing so grand as that. The truth is far quieter and far harder to explain. I knew because, after all these long years, I have learned to see people. Not their faces, not their fine clothes or their proud words. Their hearts. And I have learned that the heart of a person tells you, if you are patient enough to look, everything that truly matters about them. The traveller listened, still turning the warm ring gently between his fingers. When your ship came in this morning, Curtin continued, I stood at the water's edge, as I always do, and I watched who would step down onto my dock. And I want you to understand what I saw, because it was not at all what most people would call impressive. His deep eyes rested on the traveller with quiet affection. I saw a tired old man in a grey cloak, stooped a little, as though from long walking, uncertain of himself. Carrying no treasure and no crown, making no announcement of who he was, half wondering, I think, whether he had any right to be here at all. You did not stride down that gangway like a lord come to claim his kingdom. You came down carefully, almost humbly, looking at everything with wonder, and something in your eyes was kind. That is what I saw, and that, my friend, is exactly why I knew. The traveller frowned slightly, puzzled. But surely, he said, those are not the marks of a great one. You describe a weary, doubtful wanderer, someone easy to overlook, someone no one would think to trust with anything at all, let alone a treasure kept for an age. Yes, said Curtin softly. Yes, I know, and he let those two small words hang in the warm air for a long moment, as if there were a great meaning folded up inside them that he was waiting for the traveller to begin to unfold on his own. You must understand, the old one went on, that you are not the only one of your kind to come to these shores. Others have come, and others yet may come, sent, as you were sent, from far away, to help this troubled world in the age that is turning. And some of them are a good deal more impressive to look upon than you are, if you will forgive me for saying so. Taller, in their bearing, prouder, robed in white. Some of them, bright and commanding, with voices that fill a room and eyes that seem to see straight through you. They arrive looking every inch the part of the mighty helper the world has been waiting for. If you lined all of you up together on my dock and asked 100 passing strangers which one should be trusted with a ring of great and ancient power, I promise you, not one of them would point to the tired grey traveller at the end of the row. They would point to the one in white, said the traveller quietly. Every time, said Curdon, without hesitation, every single time. He smiled, but there was something deep and knowing behind it now, something that made the traveller's heart beat a little faster in the warm and firelit dark. And that, you see, is precisely the mistake. It is the oldest mistake in the world, and the world makes it again in every age. People look for greatness in the loud and the shining and the sure. They look for it in the one who stands tallest and speaks strongest and seems least troubled by doubt. And so often, so very often, they look right past the quiet one, the humble one, the one who wonders whether he belongs, the one whose greatness is so gentle that even he himself has not yet noticed it is there. The traveller sat very still. Something was moving in the room now, some understanding drawing slowly closer, and he was not sure he was ready for it. I have lived a long time, said Curdon, long enough to learn to distrust the bright and easy answer, long enough to know that the loudest fire is not always the warmest, and the tallest flame is not always the one that lasts the night. When I choose where to place a treasure meant to kindle hope in the hearts of the despairing, I do not choose the one who looks the part. I choose the one who has the thing itself, quietly, inside him, whether or not he knows it. And I saw that thing in you this morning, the moment your foot touched my dock. I saw it as clearly as I see this fire. He leaned in close, and his voice dropped almost to a whisper. But there is more to it than that, my friend. There is a reason I chose you over the shining ones that goes deeper still. And I think, now, it is time I told you the whole of it. Let yourself grow very still now, and lean in close with the traveller, because the old shipwright is about to say the thing he has held quietly in his heart for longer than he can remember. The coals glow. The night is at its deepest. And Curdon speaks. I told you, he began, that I have learned to see people's hearts. But I did not tell you everything, for there is another kind of seeing that comes to those who live as long as I have lived, a quieter, stranger sight, not of what is, but of what is coming. Now and then, across the long years, I have been given a glimpse of the shape of things to come, the way you might catch, far out at sea, the first faint line of a distant shore long before the ship draws near it. It is a dim and uncertain gift, and more than once I have wished it away, but it has never yet lied. I cannot call these glimpses when I wish, I cannot command them, but when they come I have learned to trust them. And I had one such glimpse, a long while ago, concerning the age that is now beginning, and concerning the fire that would be needed to carry the world through it. The traveller hardly breathed. The age that is coming, said Curdon, will be a hard one. The shadow that troubled the world in older days is not gone, whatever the comfortable and the hopeful like to tell themselves. It is only sleeping, and it will wake, and when it wakes it will be patient and terrible and slow. It will not be beaten by a single great blow or a single shining hero. It will be a long defeat, fought over many lifetimes, in which the true danger is not death but despair, the quiet giving up of ordinary hearts, one by one, until there is no one left willing to stand. That is the age this ring was truly made for. And so, long ago, I began to watch for the one who would carry it into that darkness. I studied every helper the world sent. I weighed each of them quietly in my heart. And the one in white, said the traveller. Surely he are, Círdan lifted one weathered hand. Gently, yes, let us speak of him. He is the one everyone expects, is he not? The head of your order. The wisest, they say, the strongest, the most learned. Robed in white, radiant, sure of himself, a mind like a blade and a will like a mountain. If I had gone by appearances, if I had chosen the way the whole world would have chosen, I would have set this ring upon his hand this very age, and thought myself wise for doing it, and never questioned it for a moment. He was silent for a breath. When he spoke again, his voice was very low. But I saw something, my friend. In that glimpse of the days to come, I saw the Shining One, and I saw a coldness at the centre of all that brightness. I saw a heart that loved its own strength a little too well. I saw pride, growing quietly, the way a small flaw grows in a great beam of timber, unseen until the day the whole roof comes down. I will not say more than that, for the future is not yet written, and I do not wish to condemn any heart before its time. But I saw enough to know this, that the brightest flame in the room was not the one I could trust to keep the last small fire burning through the long cold night. It shone too much for itself, and a fire that burns for itself cannot warm anyone else. The traveller's throat was dry. And in this glimpse, he said slowly, did you see who could be trusted? Did you see the one who would carry the true fire of the age? I did, said Círdan, and he looked at the traveller, and the whole weight of the long night was in his gaze, gentle and unshakable. I saw a grey one, not white, grey, stooped and travel-worn and humble, a wanderer with no throne and no fine robes and no wish to be admired, one who would walk the hard roads for years beyond counting and ask for nothing, and be doubted and dismissed and underestimated at nearly every turn, and who would, quietly, without ever once seeking the credit, keep the hope of the whole world alive when the Shining Ones had failed. That was the one I saw. That was the true fire of the age. The room seemed to hold its breath. The traveller stared at the old shipwright, and then down at the small warm ring glowing softly in his open palm, and then back up again, and his heart was pounding. He had crossed the whole sea feeling like no one at all, a wanderer on an errand he could not name. And now, at the edge of the world, an ancient voice was telling him he had been the one all along. Círdan, he whispered. You cannot mean I mean exactly what you fear I mean, said the old one, and there was such tenderness in it that it was almost unbearable. The grey one that I saw, all those long years ago, waiting for the day he would walk down onto my dock, at the edge of the world. That was you. It was always you. I have been keeping this fire, my friend, for you. Stay close by the fading fire. This is the moment the whole long night has been quietly moving toward, the moment when the tired grey traveller must decide whether he can believe what the old one has told him. And his first answer, as it so often is with the humble, is to say no. You are mistaken, the traveller said, and there was real distress in his voice now. He set the ring down carefully on the bench between them, as though he did not trust himself to keep holding it. Círdan, you must be mistaken. I am not the one you saw. I cannot be. Look at me. I am a wanderer. I have no great power to command, no wisdom to match the learned ones, no strength to stand against a rising shadow. I am tired before the work has even begun. I doubt myself with every step. I do not even know half the time whether I am doing any good in the world at all. How can such a one carry the fire of an age? Give it to someone worthy. Give it to the white. He at least is certain of himself. He at least is strong. The whole world would rally to him. They would follow him gladly. Who would ever follow a grey old wanderer no one has heard of? The old shipwright did not argue. He did not frown or protest or hurry to reassure. He simply looked at the traveller for a long, warm moment, and then, slowly, a smile spread across his ancient face. Not a smile of pity, not a smile of disagreement, a smile of deep and quiet joy, as though the traveller had just, without meaning to, proven everything. "Oh, my friend," he said softly, "do you not hear yourself? Everything you have just said, every single word of it, is precisely why the fire is meant for you, and not for him." The traveller blinked, thrown, "I do not understand." "Then let me help you." Círdan leaned forward, and his sea-deep eyes were shining. "You say you have no wish to command. Good. The one who longs to command is the one who must never be trusted with power, for he will use it first of all upon others. You say you doubt yourself. Good. The one who never doubts is the one who never stops to ask whether he is doing right, and such a one, however bright, will one day do a terrible thing and call it wisdom. You say you are humble, that you are easily overlooked, that you do not feel worthy. My friend, that is the whole of it. That is the very heart of the thing." He reached down and gently picked up the ring from the bench and pressed it back into the traveller's reluctant hand, folding the tired fingers closed around it once more. "A fire meant to warm others," he said, "must be carried by someone who thinks of others first, not of himself. The shining one you would send me to, he is strong, yes. He is certain, yes, but his certainty is exactly the flaw. He would take this ring, and in time he would come to feel that he deserved it, that its warmth was his to keep, and his to spend as he saw fit, and that those he warmed ought to be grateful to him for it. And little by little the fire would stop being a gift he gave, and become a power he held. That is how the brightest lights go cold. Not through weakness, through pride." The traveller stared down at the small red stone glowing in his palm. "But you," Círdan went on, and his voice grew gentle as the low light, "you will never make that mistake. You will carry this fire for years beyond counting, and you will give its warmth away freely, to king and beggar alike, and never once think that any of them owe you a thing for it. You will kindle courage in a frightened heart, and then walk on down the road before anyone can even thank you. You will be doubted, and dismissed, and forgotten, again and again, and it will not turn you bitter, because you never wanted the credit in the first place. You wanted only to help. That is the rarest thing in all the world, my friend. And it cannot be taught, and it cannot be commanded, and it cannot be worn like a white robe for others to admire. It can only be quietly, truly, humbly there, inside a heart that does not even know how remarkable it is." He sat back, and the fire crackled softly, and outside the first faint grey of dawn was beginning, very slowly, to touch the edges of the window. "You ask me to give the fire to someone worthy," said Círdan. "But do you not see, the moment a person believes himself worthy of it is the moment he stops being so? It is the ones who feel unworthy, the ones who would give it away to another out of sheer humility, as you just tried to do, who are the only ones who can be trusted to carry it well. You disqualified yourself, just now with your own honest doubt, and in doing so, you proved yourself, beyond any question I might have had, to be exactly the one I have been waiting for all along." The traveller was quiet. His eyes were bright in the firelight, and slowly, almost without deciding to, his fingers closed a little more firmly around the warm red stone. Let your breathing slow and deepen now. In time with the fading of the night, the hardest words have been spoken. What remains is gentler, the quiet settling that comes after a great decision, when the heart, having said yes, finally begins to rest. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The traveller simply sat with the warm ring closed in his hand, letting everything the Old One had said move slowly through him, the way warmth moves through cold fingers held out to a fire. He did not feel suddenly strong. He did not feel transformed into someone grand. He felt, if anything, exactly as small and tired and uncertain as before. And yet, underneath it all, something had quietly changed. A little of the fear had gone out of him. In its place was something steadier, not certainty, but a kind of willingness. He would carry it. He did not fully understand why he had been chosen, and perhaps he never would. But he would carry it. Círdan watched him with great tenderness, and seemed to understand all of this without a word being said. There, the Old One murmured at last. You see, you are not accepting it because you feel worthy. You are accepting it because it is needed, and you are the one who can do it, and so you will, quietly and without fuss, the way you will do everything that truly matters in the years ahead. That is the whole spirit of it, right there. Then his face grew more serious, and he took the traveller's hand once more between his own weathered palms. Now hear me, he said, for I will not have many chances to counsel you, and there are a few things you must carry away from this fire besides the ring itself. First, and this above all, keep it hidden. Tell no one you bear it. Do not wear it openly, do not speak of it, do not let it be known. Its power works best in secret, quietly, in the warming of hearts that never guess where their new courage came from. The moment it becomes known, others will begin to want it, and to fear it, and to weave schemes around it, and all of that will only get in the way of the simple, humble work it was made for. Let it be your secret. Let its warmth pass into the world unseen. The traveller nodded slowly. Second, Círdan went on, hold it lightly. Never let yourself begin to think of it as the source of your strength. It is not. The fire it kindles was always there inside you, the ring only helps you share it. If ever the day comes when you feel you could not go on without it, that is the day you have started to lean on it too heavily, and you must stop, and remember who you were before it was ever placed in your hand. You were already the one I saw on the dock. The ring changes nothing about that. It only makes the giving away a little easier. And the third? The traveller asked softly. The old shipwright smiled, and for the first time there was a hint of sorrow in it, the sweet sorrow of a farewell. The third is the gentlest, he said. Do not lose heart. The road ahead of you is very long, longer than you can imagine sitting here, and much of it will be hard, and lonely, and slow. There will be years when it seems nothing you do makes any difference at all. There will be nights when the darkness is so deep that you yourself will need the very warmth you have spent your life giving to others. On those nights, my friend, remember this one. Remember that a very old man at the edge of the world looked at you and saw the true fire of the age, and was not wrong. Let that be a small warm coal in you to carry through the cold. You will not walk entirely alone, even when it feels that you do. The traveller felt his eyes sting, and did not trust himself to speak, and only nodded. Beyond the window, the grey dawn had grown steadily, softly brighter. The coals on the hearth had burned down to a last gentle glow, and the little room was filled now with the pale, pearl-coloured light of very early morning. Somewhere outside a single bird had begun to sing, high and clear over the quiet water. It was the ordinary music of a waking world, and yet it seemed to him the most hopeful sound he had ever heard. The long night was ending, and in the traveller's chest, where the old cold weariness had been, there was now a small and steady warmth, patient and unhurried, spreading slowly outward like the first light of the coming day. He looked down at the ring one last time. Then, carefully, he slipped it away out of sight, hidden and safe, close against him where no eye would find it. And he felt its quiet heat settle against him like a promise. "Thank you, Círdan," he said, and though the words were small, they carried the whole weight of everything he could not say. "No, my friend," said the old shipwright gently, rising to his feet as the dawn came on. "Thank you. I have carried this fire faithfully for an age, waiting for you. And now, at long last, I may set it down. Come, the morning is here, and your road is waiting. Let me walk you to the edge of the town. Let yourself sink down now, soft and easy, into the last of the story. The night is over, the choice is made, and all that is left is a gentle walk into a new morning and a long road opening quietly ahead." They stepped out together from the little house by the shore, the ancient shipwright and the grey traveller, into a world washed clean and pale by the coming dawn. The mist had thinned, the sea lay calm and silver behind them, and the low hills rose ahead, catching the first faint gold along their crests. The air was cool and fresh and smelled of salt and morning, and the traveller, walking slowly beside the old one, felt lighter than he had felt in a very long time, as though he had set down some heavy burden he had not even known he was carrying, and picked up, in its place, something small and warm that weighed almost nothing at all. They walked in comfortable silence up the pale stone road, through the quiet waking town, until they came at last to its farthest edge, where the houses ended and the wide green land began. There the road ran on, inland, up and over the hills, and away toward everything the traveller did not yet know. The years, the roads, the countless small fires he would sit beside, the countless hearts he would quietly warm, and then leave a little braver than he found them. Círdan stopped. This, his stillness said, was as far as he would go. "Here I must turn back," the old one said. "My place is by the water, as yours is out there, in the wide lands. But I am glad, my friend, gladder than I can easily tell you. For an age I have kept a fire waiting for a hand I had only glimpsed. And now I have met the hand, and shaken it, and found it kind. That is a good way for a long waiting to end." The traveller turned to him, and for a moment did not know what to say. There was so much, and words seemed too small for any of it, so in the end he only reached out and clasped the old shipwright's weathered hands warmly in his own, and held them, and looked into those deep sea-coloured eyes one last time. "I will not forget," he said quietly, "any of it. I will carry it well, Círdan. I promise you that." "I know you will," said the old one, and he smiled his gentle, ageless smile. "It is the only thing about all of this I have never once doubted. Now go. The world is waiting, though it does not know yet what it is waiting for. Go and be its quiet fire." And so the grey traveller turned, and settled his cloak about his shoulders, and took up his staff, and began to walk inland, alone, up the long road into the brightening morning. Círdan stood at the edge of the town, and watched him go, a small, stooped, unremarkable figure against the wide pale sky, anyone passing would ever look at twice. Just a traveller on a road, like 1,000 others, in the ordinary light of an ordinary morning. And yet the old shipwright watched him with such quiet joy in his heart, because he alone knew the truth of what walked up that road, not a tired old wanderer at all, but the hidden fire of an entire age, going out at last to do its long and gentle work. The traveller walked on, and though no one could have seen it, and he himself hardly noticed at first, the small warmth tucked away close against him was already beginning, quietly, to spread. It spread into him as he walked, steadying his steps, easing the old doubt. And in the long years to come it would spread far beyond him, into frightened villages and failing hearts, into the weary and the hopeless, and the ones who had given up, passing from him to them, and from them to others, an ember handed on and on through the dark, warming a whole world from within, one quiet heart at a time. No one would know where it came from. No one would think to thank the shabby grey traveller who had kindled it. And that, of course, was exactly how it was meant to be. He walked until the town was far behind him, and the sea was only a bright line at his back, and the green land rolled open and endless before him, and somewhere in his chest, where once there had been only weariness and doubt, a small red warmth glowed steadily on, patient and unhurried, ready for all the long roads ahead. And there we will leave him, walking gently into the morning, carrying his quiet gift out into a world that needed it more than it ever knew. So rest now, let your own small fire burn low and easy, and let the warmth of this story stay with you as you drift. Perhaps there is a little of that hidden fire in you too, more than you know, quietly warming the people around you, asking for nothing in return. It is a good thing to carry. It costs nothing, and it changes everything. If this story kept you gentle company tonight, you are warmly welcome to leave a like or a comment, or to subscribe and settle in with us again whenever the nights feel long and you need a soft place to rest. Until then, sleep deeply and be well tonight. Good night. Story 2. They said it could not be done. Not by kings, not by armies, not by the finest riders in all the land, men who had gentled 1,000 wild things and carried the scars to prove every single one of them. They said the great grey stallion of the northern plains, the one the herders spoke of only in low, careful voices as the Lord of Horses, would sooner run himself into the ground than let the shadow of a man fall across his back. So when an old wizard in a travel-worn cloak walked into their settlement and said, plainly, that he meant to go out onto those plains alone, with no rope, no bridle, and no plan that anyone could see, the people did the thing that people always do when a stranger promises the impossible. They laughed. Have you ever watched someone believe in a thing that everyone around them had already given up on? There is a strange discomfort in it. It unsettles a crowd, because deep down, we are all just a little afraid that the quiet, certain ones might know something the rest of us have forgotten. His name was Gandalf. And he did not laugh back. He only asked in that unhurried way of his for the direction of the open grass, and then he turned his lined old face to the north wind and began to walk. Now, at the edge of that same settlement, there lived a boy. Well, not quite a boy, and not yet a man. Samuel was 16, all elbows and impatience, a herder's son who had spent his whole short life around horses and had already decided, with the certainty that only the very young can afford, that he understood exactly how the world worked. And the world, as Samuel understood it, ran on one simple rule. If you wanted something to obey you, you had to be stronger than it. You broke a horse the way you broke anything wild. You cornered it. You roped it. You climbed on, and you held on, and you did not let go until the fight had drained out of it, and the animal understood, at last, who was master. That was how his father had done it, That was how his father's father had done it. That, as far as Samuel knew, was simply how it was done. So when he heard that some grey old man in a pointed hat intended to stroll out and befriend the untamable horse of the plains, Samuel felt something rise in his chest that was half laughter and half insult. He had to see it. Not to learn, no, Samuel was very clear with himself on that point. He wanted to watch the old fool fail. He wanted to be there for the exact moment the wizard came limping back, cloak torn, pride broken, hat lost somewhere out in the tall grass. There is a particular hunger in us, when we are young and sure of everything, to see the confident ones humbled. Samuel had that hunger, and he followed it out onto the plains. He kept his distance. He told himself he was only curious. And the plains, when they finally opened up in front of him, stole the breath straight out of his chest in a way he had not expected. Grass the colour of old gold ran out to every horizon, rippling in long slow waves whenever the wind moved across it, so that the whole world seemed to be quietly breathing. There were no fences here, no roads, no walls of any kind, only sky and grass and the enormous patient silence of a place that had never once belonged to anyone. And there, small against all of that emptiness, walked the old man. Gandalf did not hurry. He did not scan the horizon for his quarry the way a hunter would. He walked as though he had all the time in the world and no particular place to be, and then, near a low rise where a thin stream cut a silver line through the grass, he simply stopped. He looked around for a moment. He nodded, as if the spot had passed some private test known only to him. And then, to Samuel's complete astonishment, the wizard lowered himself down onto the bare earth, folded his cloak around his knees, and sat. He did not call out, he did not whistle, or click his tongue, or lay a rope out in a careful waiting loop the way any sensible man would have. He just sat there, in the middle of nowhere, facing the wind. Samuel crouched behind a swell of grass a good long way off, and he waited for something to happen. Surely this was only the beginning. Surely the old man had some clever trick tucked away beneath that hat, some plan he was about to spring. Minutes passed. Then more minutes. The sun climbed higher and whitened. A hawk turned slow, patient circles somewhere overhead. The wind combed through the grass and moved on, indifferent to them both. And still the wizard sat, unmoving, a small grey shape in a vast golden sea, doing absolutely nothing at all, as if nothing was exactly what he had come to do. And then, far off, so far that at first Samuel was certain his eyes were playing tricks on him, something the colour of a gathering storm lifted its head above the grass. The Lord of Horses had noticed the stranger who would not chase him, and that, though the boy could not possibly have known it yet, was where the whole thing truly began. For a long while, nothing changed. The grey shape on the far side of the plain, the Lord of Horses himself, watched the old man from a distance no rope could ever hope to cross. And the old man, for his part, did not so much as turn his head toward it. He sat. He breathed. He let the wind pass over him the way it passed over the grass and the stones and everything else out there that had learned, long ago, not to fight it. Samuel could not stand it. He had come to watch a battle, and instead he was watching a man do nothing at all. It was, he thought, the most boring thing he had ever seen in his life. And yet, and this was the part that gnawed at him, he could not make himself leave. Something about that patient grey figure held him there, crouched behind his little swell of grass, the way you cannot look away from a held breath. So, slowly he crept closer. He told himself he was only trying to see better. He moved from one clump of grass to the next, low and careful, certain he was invisible, certain the old man had no idea he was there. "You may as well come and sit down," said Gandalf. without turning around. "You'll hurt your knees skulking about like that all day." Samuel froze. His heart slammed once against his ribs. For a moment he considered running, but pride, that old friend of the young, would not allow it. So instead he stood up, brushed the dirt from his trousers as though he had meant to be seen all along, and walked the rest of the way with as much dignity as a court spy can muster. He stopped a few paces from the wizard and folded his arms. "How did you know I was there?" "The same way I know a great many things," said Gandalf. "By being quiet long enough to notice." He gestured to the grass beside him, an easy, open motion. "Sit, if you like. I could use the company, and the horse will not mind." Samuel did not sit. Not yet. He looked out across the plain to where the storm-grey stallion stood, ears pricked, muscles carved out of shadow and light, watching them both. "That's him, isn't it?" Samuel said. It was not really a question, the one nobody can catch. "That is him. My father says he's killed men who tried." "I don't doubt it," Gandalf said mildly, as though they were discussing the weather. "Men who came at him with ropes and shouting and iron in their hands. Men who wanted to own him." He was quiet a moment. He has never yet had cause to harm a man who wanted nothing from him at all. Samuel frowned. This made no sense to him. "But you do want something from him. You came here to catch him. Everybody knows that." "Did I say I came to catch him?" Gandalf turned then and looked at the boy properly for the first time, and his eyes, Samuel would remember later, were not the eyes of a foolish old man at all. They were sharp and bright and terribly kind, and they seemed to see straight through the folded arms and the jutted chin to the frightened, hungry, wanting boy underneath. "I said I came to the plains alone. I never once said I came to take anything." And with that, he turned back to the wind and said nothing more. Samuel stood there, his argument crumbling in his hands. He had come out here so sure of everything. He had a whole speech ready, in the back of his mind, for when the wizard failed, a whole store of "I told you" so built up and waiting. And now the old man had gone and unbalanced all of it with a single quiet sentence, and Samuel did not know where to put himself. So, at last, because his knees really did ache, and because there was nowhere else in all that golden emptiness to go, he sat down. The ground was warm. The grass hushed and whispered around them. And for the first time in what felt like his whole restless life, Samuel simply stopped moving. It was strange, uncomfortable at first. His body kept wanting to do something, to fidget, to speak, to fill the enormous silence with noise. Have you ever noticed that? How the moment you are asked to simply be still, everything in you rebels against it, as though stillness were a kind of danger? But the wizard beside him was so perfectly, so completely still, that Samuel began, almost against his will, to grow still as well. The panic in him settled. His breathing slowed to match the slow breathing of the grass. And out on the plain, so faint he almost missed it, the great grey horse took one single step toward them, and stopped, and watched, and waited to see what these strange, patient creatures would do next. Samuel's eyes went wide. He opened his mouth. "Don't," Gandalf murmured, so softly it was barely a sound. "Don't reach for him. Not with your hands, not even with your hope. Just let him be." That is the whole of the first lesson, and it is harder than it sounds. The sun sank lower, the day burned gold, then bronze, and then a deep copper around them, and neither of them moved to break it, and so began the first of the 3 quiet days. Days that would teach Samuel more than a lifetime of ropes ever had. Samuel woke on the first true morning to find the wizard already awake. He had not meant to fall asleep out there at all. But the strange, heavy peace of the plain had crept into his bones somewhere after dark, and he had drifted off in the grass with his cloak for a pillow. And now here was the grey dawn, cold and enormous, and here was Gandalf sitting exactly where he had sat the evening before, as though he had never moved, as though the night had simply passed through him like water through a stone. Does he ever sleep? Samuel wondered, and did not realise he had said it aloud until the old man answered. "When there is nothing better to do," said Gandalf. "This morning there is." He nodded out across the plain. "Look, but slowly. Never all at once." Samuel turned his head, careful now he was learning already, and there stood the Lord of Horses, closer than he had been the night before, perhaps 30 paces off, grazing, or pretending to graze, his great dark eye rolling now and then toward the two small figures who had made themselves at home in his kingdom and yet asked nothing of him. Samuel's whole body tensed with wanting. 30 paces. He could almost feel it, the rope, the rush, the triumph. His hands twitched of their own accord. "You are leaning toward him," Gandalf said quietly. "I'm not. Not with your body. With everything else." The wizard did not sound angry. If anything, he sounded amused, and a little sad. He can feel it, you know. That reaching. It comes off a man like heat off a fire. "Sit back, Samuel. Give him back the space you just stole from him without moving an inch." And Samuel, though it cost him something, sat back. He breathed. He looked instead at the grass, at the sky, at anything but the horse, and after a moment the great grey head dropped again to graze, and the tension went out of the air like a held note finally released. "How do you know all this?" the boy asked. "About the reaching, about the space?" The old man was quiet for a while. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, gone soft and far away. The voice of a man opening a very old door. "Let me tell you about an eagle I knew once," he said. "An eagle? A great one. Wings that could blot out the sun. He lived on a crag in the high mountains, so high that the clouds broke against it like waves, and he had never in his life bowed his head to any living thing. Kings sent falconers to take him. They climbed for days. They set snares of silver and traps of gold, and do you know what happened to every last one of them?" Samuel shook his head. "Nothing," said Gandalf. "Nothing at all. The eagle simply watched them from above, unhurried, and let the wind and the cold and their own foolish pride do the work of sending them home. You cannot trap a thing that lives above you, Samuel. You cannot force what you cannot even reach." "Then how did you?" The boy stopped. "Did you catch him?" "No." The wizard almost smiled. "I did something far harder. I climbed to the foot of his crag, and I sat down and I waited. For a long time. Days, as it happens. I brought him no gifts, made him no promises, laid out no clever snares. I simply let him see that I was not afraid of him, and that I did not want to own him, and that I was willing to wait as long as it took for him to decide, on his own, whether I was worth his notice. And on the 4th day, he flew down. Gandalf's eyes were bright with the memory. Not because I had beaten him. You cannot beat an eagle. He flew down because, in all those years of men climbing up to take from him, I was the first who had ever come simply to be near him and ask for nothing. That was a thing he had never seen before. And curiosity, Samuel, curiosity is the crack in every proud creature's armour. Not force, never force. Only the slow, patient invitation of a door left open. Samuel was quiet for a long moment. "Is that what you're doing now?" he asked at last. Leaving a door open? Have you ever wanted something so badly that you chased it straight out of your own hands? Samuel did not have the words for it yet, but some quiet part of him was already standing at the edge of that truth. "That is the only thing I am doing," said Gandalf. "It is the only thing that has ever worked, in all my long years, with anything truly worth winning. The frightened and the small you can drive with a stick. But the proud, the strong, the free, those you cannot take at all. Those can only be offered to." He looked at the boy, and his gaze was very gentle. It is a difficult lesson. Most men never learn it. Some spend their whole lives with a rope in their hands, wondering why the best things keep running away. Out on the plain, the great grey horse lifted his head, and for one long, breathless heartbeat he looked directly at them both. Then he turned and trotted a little way off and grazed again. But he had not gone far. And that, Samuel understood, meant everything. The second day was beginning. By the middle of the second day, Samuel's patience had worn thin again. This is the thing no one tells you about waiting. It is not one decision. It is 1,000 of them, made over and over, each one harder than the last. You choose to be still in the morning, and you feel proud of yourself. And then the sun climbs and the hours stretch, and that same stillness begins to feel less like wisdom and more like a slow kind of madness. The horse was closer now, no more than 20 paces, and every fibre of the boy screamed at him to do something, to close the gap, to make something finally mercifully happen. "He's right there," Samuel said, low and tight. "We could take him. Right now. If we moved together, we could try," Gandalf agreed. "And we would fail. And more than that, we would lose everything we have won these 2 days, in a single foolish moment." "Is that what you want?" "I want it to be over." "I know." The old man's voice was kind. Wanting it to be over is the most dangerous feeling there is out here. It has ruined more than you can imagine. He was silent for a time, watching the horse. Then, quietly, "Let me tell you about a mare I knew. This is not a happy story, Samuel, but you should hear it all the same." Samuel said nothing. He had learned at least to listen. "There was a mare, years ago, as wild and bright as any creature I have ever seen. She belonged to no one. She ran with the wind across country much like this, and when she ran, grown men would stop their work just to watch her, because there are some things in this world so free that simply seeing them makes your own heart lift." Gandalf's face was very still, and a certain lord decided he must have her. Not befriend her. Have her. Own her, the way he owned his hall and his gold and his hounds. Did he catch her? Oh yes, he caught her. The wizard's mouth thinned. He had the men, and the ropes and the walls and the endless days. They ran her until she could not run. They roped her and threw her and tied her down. They did to her all the things men do when they have decided a living creature is a thing to be conquered. And in the end, yes, she wore his saddle, she answered his bridle, she stood in his stable and did exactly as she was told. Samuel waited. "That doesn't sound so terrible," he said uncertainly. "Doesn't it?" Gandalf turned to look at him. "Go and find her then, that mare. Go and look into her eye. You will not find her there. Oh, the body is there. The animal obeys. The saddle sits. The bridle answers. And to any passing eye it looks for all the world like a victory. But that thing that made men stop their work to watch her run, that free, bright, unbreakable thing, it is gone, Samuel. He did not tame it. He killed it, and kept the body that was left over, and called it a victory." He shook his head slowly. "That is what force wins you. Never the creature. Only the shell of it. You break the wildness, and the wildness was the whole of what you wanted, and so in the very moment of winning, you have already lost. The words settled over the plain like a shadow. Samuel looked out at the great grey stallion, at the impossible storm-coloured freedom of him, and for the first time he felt something other than hunger. He felt a kind of fear, not fear of the horse, fear of what he might have done to it, given the ropes and the men and the chance. "I would have broken him," he said quietly. "If I'd caught him, I would have done exactly that." "You would have tried," said Gandalf, not unkindly, "as nearly every man who has ever come out here has tried. And that, my boy, is precisely why the Lord of Horses is still free. Because in all these years, not one of them ever thought to simply sit down beside him and want nothing at all." Samuel drew his knees up to his chest. He was quiet for a long while. "How do you do it?" he finally asked. "How do you want something that badly and still not reach for it?" And Gandalf smiled, the first real smile Samuel had seen from him, warm and worn and full of years. "Ah," he said, "now that is the true lesson. That is the one worth walking all this way for, not how to catch a horse." He looked at the boy with those bright, kind, knowing eyes. How to love a thing enough to leave it free. Samuel did not answer. He could not. Something in his chest had gone tight and strange, and he did not yet have a name for it. Out on the plain the wind rose, and the grass bowed low before it, and the great grey horse stood alone in the very last of the golden light, and watched the two small figures who wanted nothing at all from him, and, slowly, took one more step toward them. The sun began its long, slow fall toward the second evening, and Samuel understood, dimly at first and then with a strange sureness, that the real change was not truly happening out there on the plain at all. It was happening in him. On the third day, the horse came close enough to touch. It happened so gradually that Samuel almost missed it. All morning the great grey stallion had drifted nearer, a few steps at a time, grazing his way across the gold with that careless, watchful ease, and then, sometime after the sun had cleared the low hills, Samuel looked up and found the creature standing perhaps 5 paces off. So close he could see the fine grain of dust on his coat. So close he could hear the soft tearing of grass, the slow bellows of his breath, the flick of one dark ear turning to catch every sound the two men made. 5 paces. A single lunge. And Samuel, who 3 days ago would have taken that lunge without a second thought, did not move at all. He felt the old hunger rise in him, familiar as his own heartbeat, and then he felt something else rise up to meet it, a quiet, deliberate choice to let the moment be exactly what it was, and to want nothing more from it than the astonishing gift of simply being near. He let out a slow breath. He looked away, gently, giving the horse back his space. And beside him, without a word, Gandalf smiled. "You felt it," the wizard said softly. "The reaching, and you set it down. It was the hardest thing I've ever done," Samuel admitted. His voice was barely a whisper. "He's right there. He is. And he is right there precisely because you did not reach. Do you see it now? Do you finally see how it works?" Gandalf did not look at the horse. He looked at the boy. The moment you stop needing to hold a thing, your hands come open, and an open hand is the only kind a proud creature will ever willingly walk into. Samuel was quiet, turning this over. Then, hesitantly, he asked the thing that had been building in him for 3 days. "My father taught me the other way," he said. "The ropes, the breaking. He isn't a cruel man, I want you to know that. He's a good father. He taught me everything he knew. The boy's jaw worked. But everything he knew was how to take, how to be stronger, how to win. And I always thought that was the only kind of strength there was. It is a kind of strength, Gandalf said gently. It is simply the smaller kind. The kind that works on frightened things and small things and things already half beaten. Your father is not wrong, Samuel. He is only unfinished. As most men are. As I was, once, before I learnt better. He was quiet a moment. Let me tell you one more story. Then I think you will understand the rest yourself. The horse grazed on, near enough to touch, and did not spook and did not run. There was a wolf, said Gandalf. The last of an old and dwindling pack, a great scarred creature who trusted nothing living, and with good reason, men had hunted his kin to the very edge of the world. I did not go looking for him. He came one hard winter and lay down at the edge of my firelight, just beyond the reach of the flames, and watched me with eyes like two cold moons. And I did nothing. I did not call him. I did not throw him meat to buy his favour. I simply let him stay. For how long? Weeks he would come at dusk and lie there, always beyond arm's reach, always ready to vanish into the dark. And then, one night, I do not know what changed in him, he rose, and crossed that last small distance, and lay his great grey head upon my knee. Just like that, a thing no chain in the world could ever have won. The old wizard's eyes were bright and far away. That is the difference, Samuel. A thing you take will fight you forever, in 1,000 quiet ways, even when it seems to obey. But a thing that is given to you, given freely, chosen freely, there is no bond in all the world so strong. Because it can never be broken. Because it was never forced in the first place. Samuel looked at the great grey horse, so close, so calm, so utterly free, and something in his chest ached with the beauty and the sadness of it. Have you ever loved someone so much that you understood you could not keep them? It is one of the hardest lessons a person can learn, and most of us spend years fighting it. Samuel, sitting in the grass at 16, was learning it a lifetime early. He's going to choose, isn't he? The boy said slowly. You're not going to catch him at all. You're just waiting to see if he'll choose you. That, said Gandalf, is the only thing I have ever been doing. And there was such warmth in it, such quiet pride, that Samuel felt his eyes sting for reasons he could not have explained. The third day burned down toward its end. The horse lingered close as the light went soft and golden, then rosy, then grey. Somewhere out in the dark a night bird called, and at last the great stallion turned, unhurried, and walked a little way off into the dusk, but not far, never far now, and stood there, a shape of deeper darkness against the darkening plain. 3 days gone. 3 days of sitting, and speaking, and waiting. And ahead of them, somewhere in the coming dark, lay the fourth dawn. The fourth dawn did not arrive gently. It came the way all important mornings come, slowly at first, and then all at once. Samuel woke in the grey half-light, with his heart already pounding, though he could not have said why. The plain was silent. The stars were fading one by one into a sky the colour of cold ash. And somewhere deep in his chest, beneath thought, beneath reason, some old animal part of him whispered that today was the day, that the waiting was almost over, that the whole world was holding its breath. He sat up, he looked for Gandalf, and found him, of course he found him, sitting exactly where he had sat for 3 days, still as a stone in a riverbed, facing the place where the sun would soon rise. And then Samuel looked out across the plain, and his breath stopped in his throat. The horse was already moving toward them. Not grazing. Not drifting. Not pretending to wander closer while keeping one wary eye on the strangers in his kingdom. This was something new, something Samuel had never seen in 3 days of watching. The great grey stallion was walking straight toward them, deliberate and unhurried, with the calm and terrible purpose of a creature that had made up its mind. Gandalf, the boy breathed. Gandalf. He's, I know, said the wizard, very softly. Be still now, Samuel, stiller than you have ever been in your life. Whatever you feel, and you will feel a great deal, do not let a single thread of it reach toward him. This is his choice to make. Ours is only to let him make it. Samuel nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He folded his hands in his lap. He fixed his eyes on the ground and breathed, slow and even, and tried with everything in him to become a thing that wanted nothing at all. It was the hardest stillness of his life, because every part of him was screaming. This was the moment. This was the thing he had come to watch, the impossible thing, the thing his father swore could never be done. And it was happening. Right now, 10 paces away and closing, and all he had to do was nothing. Just nothing. Just sit and breathe and let a wild god of a horse decide, in his own time, whether these 2 small quiet men were worth the last few steps. The stallion drew nearer. 9 paces. 8. Samuel could hear him now, the soft heavy fall of each hoof in the grass, the long slow draw of his breath, a sound like the sea. He could see the great dark eye, wet and shining and older than any eye had a right to be, watching them with a wariness that had kept a whole kingdom of men at bay. 7 paces. 6. The rising sun broke at last over the far hills and poured across the plain in a flood of gold, and it caught the great grey horse and set his coat ablaze with light, so that for one impossible instant he did not look like an animal at all, but like something out of an older, brighter world, a thing of wind and dawn and freedom given shape. 5 paces. And then the horse stopped. Samuel's heart lurched. No, not now, not when you're so close. He felt the panic surge up in him, the desperate urge to do something, anything to close the gap the creature had left, and in the very same instant he felt Gandalf beside him, not moving, not speaking, radiating a calm so deep and so certain that it steadied the boy like a hand on the shoulder. Let him be, the stillness said. He is not stopping. He is deciding. There is a difference, and it is everything. So Samuel set the panic down, again as he had learnt to do. He gave the horse the space, and the silence, and the freedom, and he waited, with an open heart and open hands, for a choice that was not his to make. The stallion stood there in the golden light. His dark eye moved from the old man to the boy, and back again. His ears turned, listening to something Samuel could not hear. A shiver ran the length of his great body, muscle rippling beneath that storm-grey coat, the old instinct perhaps, the ancient voice of the wild that had kept him free all these years, telling him to turn, to run, to trust nothing that walked on 2 legs. For a long, aching moment, the whole of it hung in the balance. Samuel did not breathe. The plain did not breathe. Even the wind seemed to still itself and wait. And then, slowly, so slowly, that at first Samuel thought he was imagining it, the great grey stallion lowered his proud head, just a little, just an inch, the smallest bow in the world. And he lifted one enormous hoof and set it down again a half step closer. He had made his choice. 4 paces now. Then 3, the Lord of Horses, whom no rope had ever held and no man had ever ridden, was walking the last small distance to an old wizard in the grass. Not because he had been caught, not because he had been broken, but because, at long last, he had decided to come. Samuel felt tears spill down his face and did not wipe them away. He did not think to be ashamed of them, and still the wizard sat, perfectly still, waiting for the thing he had never once tried to take. The last 3 paces took a lifetime. The great grey stallion crossed them one slow step at a time, and with each step Samuel felt his own heart climb higher into his throat, until it seemed the whole of the world had narrowed down to this: the horse, the wizard, the gold light spilling across the grass, and the impossible thing that was about to happen in the hush of the 4th dawn. 2 paces. 1. And then the Lord of Horses stood directly over the old man, so close that his breath stirred the grey hair beneath his hood, so close that Samuel could have counted the long lashes over that dark and ancient eye. The stallion lowered his great head, and he breathed, a long, warm, rumbling breath right into the wizard's upturned face, the way horses do when they are asking a question that has no words. "Who are you?" the breath seemed to say. "And why did you never try to take me?" For the first time in 4 days, Gandalf moved. He did it so slowly that it hardly looked like moving at all. He lifted one weathered hand, not reaching, never reaching, simply offering, and he held it flat and open in the air between them, palm up. Empty. A hand with nothing in it. A hand that wanted nothing, held nothing, demanded nothing. The oldest and truest gesture there is. Here I am, and I ask for nothing, and you may come or go as you please. The horse looked at the open hand. And then, with a gentleness that seemed impossible in a creature so vast and so wild, he lowered his soft grey muzzle and pressed it into that open palm. Samuel made a small sound. He could not help it. He had spent his whole life around horses, he had seen 100 of them saddled and bridled and made to obey, and he had never once seen anything like this. Because this was not obedience. There was no fear in it, no submission, no broken spirit bowing to a stronger will. This was 2 free creatures meeting in the open, on equal ground and choosing each other. This was a gift, freely given, in both directions at once. And isn't that the thing we spend our whole lives searching for, without ever quite knowing how to name it? Not to be obeyed, not to be owned, but to be chosen, freely, by something that could have walked away and did not. There is no rope in the world that can give you that. It is the one thing that can only ever be offered. "There you are," Gandalf murmured, and his voice was thick with something Samuel had not expected, wonder and gratitude, and a joy so deep it was almost grief. "There you are, at last." The stallion breathed into his hand and did not pull away, and Gandalf, moving with that same infinite slowness, reached up at last and laid his palm flat against the great grey neck, and the horse allowed it. More than allowed it. He leaned, ever so slightly, into the touch, the way the wolf had once leaned his scarred head onto the wizard's knee, the way every proud and lonely thing in all the world leans. In the end, toward the one who never once tried to make it. "You have a name now," the old man said softly. "Do you know that? The herders gave it to you, in fear and in wonder, long before I ever came to these plains. They named you for the thing you are." He stroked the storm grey coat, Shadowfax, Lord of all Horses. swiftest of the three, and the horse, Shadowfax, pressed his great head against the old man's chest and stood there in the morning light and was still. Samuel realized he was crying again. He did not care. He had come out onto these plains 4 days ago to watch a foolish old man fail. He had wanted it, hungered for it, built a whole store of scorn and certainty to fling at the wizard when the ropes came up empty and the horse ran wild and free as it always had. And instead, he had watched the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in his life. A bond no chain could forge, no force could win, no strength on earth could take by taking, a bond that could only ever be offered and then waited for with an open and undemanding heart. He understood the horse now. He understood the eagle and the wolf and the poor broken mare. He understood at last the whole shape of the lesson. Also, he thought, because just then Gandalf turned his head away from the great grey stallion leaning warm against his chest and looked directly at Samuel, and there was something in the old wizard's eyes, some quiet and knowing light, that made the boy go suddenly still. "Tell me, Samuel," said Gandalf, and his voice was very gentle. "These 4 days, all this waiting, all these stories told to a boy who came out here to watch me fail." He smiled, but it was a soft, searching smile, the smile of a man about to open the last door of all. "Did you truly believe any of it was about the horse?" Samuel opened his mouth. No sound came out. The wind moved through the golden grass. Shadowfax breathed his long, slow sea breath into the morning. And somewhere in the boy's chest, a great and trembling understanding began, very quietly, to dawn. The lesson was not finished. It had barely begun. "I don't understand," Samuel said. But even as the words left him, he felt that he was beginning to. Gandalf's hand rested easy on the great grey neck. Shadowfax stood beside him, calm and enormous and free, and the wizard looked at the boy across the golden grass with those bright, patient, terribly kind eyes. "Let me ask you something," he said. "In all these 4 days, did it never strike you as strange that a wizard who wished only to be alone with a wild horse would let a noisy, doubting boy trail him out onto the empty plains and sit at his elbow the entire time?" Samuel went very still. "You knew I was following you," he said slowly. "From the very beginning. From the settlement. Of course I knew. You could have sent me away. You could have lost me in the grass 100 times over." The boy's voice began to shake. "But you didn't. You let me stay. You wanted me to stay." "I did." The old man smiled, gentle as the dawn. "Tell me, Samuel, do you imagine I truly needed 3 days and 4 nights to win the trust of that horse? I have gentled prouder creatures than Shadowfax in the space of an afternoon. I could have come to these plains at dusk and ridden away by dark, and no one would ever have known how it was done." He shook his head slowly. "No, my boy. The horse was never the reason I lingered. The horse was never the lesson at all." And there it was. Samuel felt it break over him like the sunrise had broken over the plain, all at once, and everywhere, filling every corner that had been dark. The waiting, the stillness. The 3 long stories, told so patiently to a boy who had come to sneer. The eagle who could not be reached, the wolf who chose the fire, the broken mare, and the terrible price of taking. None of it had been for the horse. It had all been for him. "You came out here," Samuel whispered, "to teach me." "I came out here," said Gandalf, "because a boy I had never met stood at the edge of a settlement with his whole life still ahead of him, and a rope already in his hands. A good boy. A bright boy. A boy who had been taught by people who loved him that the way to hold anything in this world is to grab it and break it and make it yours. His eyes were very soft now. And I have lived a long, long time, Samuel. I have seen where that road ends. I have seen men grab their whole lives long, grab at horses, at power, at friends, at the people they love most in all the world, and I have watched them stand in the ruins of everything they caught, wondering why their hands are so full and their hearts so empty. Samuel could not speak. The tears came freely now, and he let them. The horse would have been fine either way, Gandalf went on. Gently, he is free. He was always going to be free. But you, my boy, you were standing at a fork in your own road, and you did not even know it. So I let you follow me. And I let you sit. And I let you feel, in your own body, over 4 long and difficult days, exactly how much it costs to set the reaching down, and exactly what waits on the other side of it, for those with the patience to wait. He looked at Shadowfax, then back at the boy, because there are some things in this life that can never, ever be taken. Not by the strongest hand, not by the cleverest trap, not by force of any kind. The love of another person, the trust of a wild and wary heart, the respect of someone who owes you nothing at all. Those things, Samuel, can only be offered and then waited for, with open hands and no promise of return. The wind moved through the grass. The great horse breathed his slow sea breath. Some bonds, the old wizard said quietly, can only be given. And the tragedy of most men's lives is that they spend all their strength trying to take them. They die with strong arms and empty hearts, having never once understood the difference. And Samuel understood. He understood it not the way you understand a fact, but the way you understand a thing that rearranges you, the way the ground understands the spring, quietly and completely and forever. He thought of his father, and felt no anger, only a great and aching tenderness, for a good man who had never learnt this, who had only ever known the one small kind of strength, and had passed it down because it was all he had to give. And Samuel made a decision, right there in the golden grass, that would shape the whole of the life still ahead of him. I will not spend my years with a rope in my hands. I will learn the other way, the patient way, the open-handed way. I will learn how to wait for the things that can only be given. He looked up, his face wet and shining in the morning light. Thank you, he said. It was all he had. And somehow, out there in the wind, it was everything. And Gandalf, lord of no horses and friend to all free things, simply smiled and turned toward the great grey stallion waiting at his side. There was no saddle. There was no bridle. There was no rope, no bit, no strap of leather anywhere in sight, nothing at all to hold the great grey stallion, and nothing at all to hold the old man to his back. There was only trust. And on that 4th golden morning, trust turned out to be enough. Gandalf rose slowly to his feet. He did not lunge, did not grab a fistful of mane, did not do a single one of the 100 things Samuel had watched horsebreakers do all his life. He simply stood beside the enormous creature, laid one hand flat and gentle on the storm-grey shoulder, and waited, as he had waited for 4 days now, for permission. And Shadowfax gave it. The great horse turned his head and looked at the old wizard with that deep and ancient eye, and then, very deliberately, so there could be no mistaking it, he lowered himself, just slightly, dipping one shoulder toward the earth. An invitation, an offer made freely, in the only language a horse has. Come, the gesture said. If you like. I will carry you, not because you have taken me, but because I have chosen you." Samuel forgot how to breathe. Gandalf swung himself up onto the broad grey back with the ease of a much younger man, and settled there and laid one hand softly against the great arched neck. And for a moment, one perfect suspended moment, nothing happened at all. The wizard and the horse simply stood together in the flood of the rising sun, two free things joined by nothing but a bond that could never be broken because it had never once been forced. Then Shadowfax lifted his head. His nostrils flared. Some old and wild joy seemed to run the whole length of him, from his proud crest to his flashing heels, the sheer, uncontainable delight of a creature about to do the one thing it was born for. And he ran. Samuel had seen horses run before. He had seen them gallop and race and thunder across the paddocks of his father's land. He had never seen anything remotely like this. Shadowfax did not gallop. He poured himself across the plain, low and smooth and impossibly swift, his hooves barely seeming to touch the golden grass before they had already left it behind. He ran the way water runs downhill, the way fire runs through dry grass, the way a thought runs through the mind, faster than anything with a body had any right to move, so fast that the wind of his passing flattened the grass in a long rippling wake behind him. And the plains blurred into wind. That was the only way Samuel could ever describe it, afterward, to anyone who asked. The whole vast golden world, the grass, the hills, the far blue smudge of the mountains, smeared and streamed and dissolved into a single rushing blur of light and speed, until horse and rider were not so much crossing the plain as becoming it. A grey streak and a flying cloak stitched into the very fabric of the morning wind. Gandalf did not cling. He did not fight for balance or haul at a rein that was not there. He rode the way a leaf rides a river, loose and trusting and utterly at ease, moving with the great horse instead of against him, one hand resting light as a promise on that storm-grey neck. And though he was too far away now for Samuel to be certain, the boy would have sworn the old wizard was laughing. A great, free, delighted laugh flung out into the rushing wind. Samuel stood and watched, and felt his heart go with them. Because this was the thing his father's whole hard philosophy could never have won. You could break a horse and make it carry you. You could rope it and saddle it and drive it with your heels, and it would go where you pointed it, sullen and afraid. But you could never, ever fly like that. That wild, weightless, thundering joy, that oneness of two free creatures moving as a single glorious thing, could only ever come as a gift. It could only ever be given. And it was given, that morning, in full, out on the golden plains where no rope had ever held. They ran a great wide circle, horse and wizard, out toward the far hills and back again, grass streaming, hooves drumming a sound like distant thunder, the whole plain seeming to lean toward them as they passed. And as they swept by close enough for the wind of them to lift the hair from his brow, Gandalf turned his head and looked at Samuel. He did not wave, he did not call out. He only looked, one long, bright, knowing look, and in it Samuel read everything the old man would not stop to say. You saw it. Now go and live it. Carry it with you the rest of your days. And then they were gone, past him and away, dwindling across the immensity of the plain, a small grey streak beneath an enormous sky, growing smaller and smaller, until at last the boy could not tell where the horse ended and the wind began. Samuel stood alone in the tall grass for a long, long time, watching the empty place on the horizon where they had disappeared, as though it might still have one last thing to tell him. And when at last he turned and began the slow walk home across the whispering gold, he was not the same boy who had come. Samuel never saw the wizard again. he walked back into the settlement that evening with grass in his hair and a strange quiet light in his eyes. And when the people crowded round to ask what had happened, had the old fool failed, had the horse killed him, had he come limping home with his hat lost in the grass, Samuel found he did not know how to answer them. How do you explain a thing like that? How do you tell a crowd of people hungry for a story of failure that you had watched the impossible happen, and that it had quietly rearranged the whole of who you were? So he only smiled and said that the horse had let the old man ride, and that it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. And the people shook their heads and muttered that the boy had clearly been out in the sun too long, and they drifted away, disappointed, to find some other tale. But Samuel kept it. All of it. He kept it the way you keep the one true thing that ever changed you. The years went on, as years do, and in time something began to be whispered about the herder's son, something the older men could not quite explain. Because Samuel, it turned out, had a way with horses that none of them had ever seen. The wild ones, the frightened ones, the broken ones that had learned to fear the rope and the raised hand, they came to him, not driven, not forced. They simply came, drawn to the quiet boy who never chased them, who would sit for hours at the edge of a field asking nothing at all, until at last some trembling, wary creature crossed the last small distance on its own and pressed its soft muzzle into his open, empty hand. They called it a gift, a magic. They did not understand it, and Samuel never tried too hard to explain, because he had learned that some truths can only be lived, not told. But Samuel understood it perfectly. It was no magic at all. It was only patience and stillness and the hardest, simplest truth he had ever learned, that the best things in this world can never be taken, only offered, and then waited for with an open heart. He taught it to his own children in time, and when his father grew old and his own strong hands began at last to fail him, it was Samuel who sat with him in the long evenings, Samuel who had learned, out on the golden plains, that even the love between a father and a son is not a thing you seize and hold, but a thing you offer, quietly, again and again, and wait to see returned. And returned it was. For force had never been the strength that mattered. It never is. And so the lesson of the wizard and the lord of horses passed down, from a boy to his children, and from them to theirs, the quiet, patient truth that the world so rarely teaches and so badly needs, that the proud cannot be broken, only befriended, that the free cannot be caught, only invited, that some bonds, the deepest, the truest, the ones most worth having in all of life, can never ever be taken by force. They can only be given. And here, my friend, is where the story ends, but perhaps not the lesson. Because if you have listened this far, I think some part of you already knows why. I think there is something in your own life right now, a person, a dream, a relationship, a wild and wary heart that you have been trying, without even realizing it, to catch, to grip, to hold on to by holding tighter. We have all done it. We have all reached for the thing we wanted so badly that our very reaching drove it away, and then stood there, hands clenched and empty, wondering what we did wrong. And I wonder what might happen if you did what the old wizard did, if you opened your hands, if you set the reaching down and simply offered and had the courage to wait. It is the hardest thing in the world, and it is very nearly the only thing that ever works. So let me leave you with a question, and I would truly love to read your answer down in the comments below. What is the one thing in your life that you have been trying to take, that you know deep down can only be given? Write it down. Sometimes just naming it is where the whole change begins. If this story moved you, do me a small kindness and let me know. Give it a like, so it can find its way to someone else who needs to hear it today. And if you love these quiet tales of wisdom and wonder, drawn from the old stories and made new, then subscribe and ring the bell, because there is always another story coming, and I would hate for you to miss where the wind carries us next. Take a breath. Open your hands. And remember the boy on the golden plain who came out one morning to watch a wise man fail and instead learned how to live. The strongest things are never won by force. They are won by patience. They are won by trust. Give them the room to come to you, and they will come. And they are always, always worth the wait. Thank you for listening. I'll see you in the next one.